Hello Blender folks, welcome and welcome back to this Pxy-VERSE. Let me check my microphone. Yes, it seems to be working. Hold on just a few seconds. Hello Blender folks, welcome and welcome back to this Pxy-VERSE. Okay, alright. So, we are going to make some more stuff here. I bring new developments on the so some World of Warcraft soundtrack. Let's also mount the microphone. Sounds like it's not okay. This should be good. So I've changed her costume, Dorothy, to something which I call the space agent. There's a cloak that is hidden here because it's causing, there are some wrong deforms on it. I need to check. And alright, so there are many things to address here, of course. Last time I've built these columns and parts there on the ceiling. Maybe some stuff are a little clustered here. I've made the full skin texture for her in terms of texture paint. And the underwear are paint on the body. I've also have to reconnect the lips and the nails to the skin to make it in a single material instead of two materials, which, hold on, what would be the advantage of doing that right now? Maybe not too many advantages. Oh, I remember why I wanted to do that. Is because there's texture paint for both the UV. They use the same UVs. Alright, so maybe it's not the time now for that. So what I'm intrigued of doing here is that, as we can see, without any compositing here, oh, okay. Without any compositing here, sorry, it's lagging a little. No, it's this, okay. Without any compositing here, we are getting straight EV with some interesting colorful, maybe a bit dark, yes, but certain this can be solved, but elsewhere. But we're getting some interesting procedural, colorful things with lighting and all that, even the stars environment. So I think this is a good thing. And the problem is that when it comes to the character, EV on its own, it's not working very well for the style that I would like to. So what I'm trying to experiment here is, maybe at this point I can get, with some work on the shaders for working for EV, right? Maybe I can get in this scene some good aspect for her. The problem is that she's linked here and I can't edit her materials from here. But yeah, I can. That will be complicated. Appending her, so it won't be that. Okay, that might be a good idea. Let's try this. So I'm gonna do something crazy here. Hope this won't break my project, so we're gonna make some tests here with direct. So I'm trying to avoid compositing to Pxy-VERSE if I can. Characters, Dorothy, so this time we're gonna append, so it's easy to, so this is not linked anymore. It might even have a, okay, so I have two of them, but this one is not linked, although, okay, linked, but you see no library override icon here. So this is the, so you can compare what happens as I, and the good thing is that if I edit any shader here, it won't destroy the original. So this is what we're gonna do. Okay, I need EV. So I'm not using any compositor here, although later we can. But I want to see if I can get any adequate results. See, even on the body, the skin that has an image texture now, this is not very good. Like, it's tedious, it's smooth, it's boring, nothing special. Alright, so how do you start this? There is here, we need to assess her materials, right? The body. Yes, so you need to go on the shading, right? So if I'm not doing this through compositing, that means that I'm doing this through shadings. This whole fixed thing. So how it is her skin right now? Basically it's image texture, map to UV, and we have a very basic principle BSDF. I am to get some map here for maybe some reflections, but I don't have the maps yet, so yeah, so this is not helping. I need to make a color image texture that is black and white and that can get, you see here in this color ramp, the eyelashes which are part of the image text, they are black, so this will make them reflective, and this is not what we want. So we need some sort of different image texture. In some case it can be procedural, but in this case I probably might have to do it from scratch. However, if I isolate the body, let's see. Okay, so here's the full image texture, and some things I could perfect, of course, but this is good enough for now. So for the underwear that can be useful, but not for many other things, right? The eyelashes will be a problem. Alright, so we ignore that. We'll try to build something without the roughness here that can make this more cartoony like, but this is the hard thing. This is why I've dumped EV for some time ago, to because for Workbench, and start exploring Workbench, because nothing seemed to work properly. Nothing seemed to produce interesting results, while Workbench is very cool. Although no lighting, no procedural texture, no light object interaction, right? Which is terrible not to have it. Okay, so long time I don't even touch this. I would need a new organization here. Let's do something like this. Let's bring the shader editor on the side. So you see this, at least we're getting some not horrid results from the interaction with the... This is compositing, so this is cheating. No, I want to... Well, actually, there's something interesting about this, is that this is not the full composited image, so maybe just compositing EV would be enough. So that is a proposition. Of course, I would have to do something different than what I'm doing. So to start doing this different thing, we're gonna duplicate this node here. We're gonna get we want to connect EV here to the... Yeah, we want to connect this. This is a shader editor for materials. So this is the skin material. Well, there is one trick, that is the shader to RGB, but this is not probably gonna be very nice. Well, turns out, hold on. Alright, so apparently this is... I don't see what it is doing, why it gets... Okay, because it becomes color and then it doesn't know what to do. Alright, but I just want to compare them. I can't. Alright, so apparently this is not helping, of course, because in this case I don't want RGB here, but maybe we can do some passes here. Let's bring a diffuse. So of course it will become a shader again. Diffuse, maybe, roughness. Nothing much special here. Then we can probably try to colorize this from here. Well, I could try a stupid color ramp here. You see, it's the same smooth thing, nothing interesting. And of course, if we do this, we just get some... We just start getting the conventional... slightly different, because here I'm using directly the principal BSDF as a source of this of this. So of course I don't want to do I can totally do this from I prefer to be doing this totally from the compositor, my experience, except maybe on certain like cases, like there is the possibility of doing some ink shading for special effects. So in this case I think it will be better here because of the, but otherwise I'd prefer to do this kind of stuff from the compositor. So of course we're not doing this kind of thing, also because in this case it will be destroying the colors, but we can recolorize them with the lighting. The problem is that this affects, yeah, we could do this for each part of the, but even if I use these others I don't see any advantage, the result is still crappy. So I don't think doing any color thing here would change the way it is working. So what we can do is try to ignore this. I'm gonna just take this off. We're gonna connect the diffuse here. Compare. Oh, it's an alpha. Yeah, it's barely the same thing. I could try to do some sort of... So let's try something here. This takes a lot of time, right? To maybe more than the compositor. So I'm getting the glossy. And I want to sharpen the... Okay, then we could try to mix. Since they are the same, we don't care. We're gonna mix or add, I don't know, mix maybe. Shader, right? What do you have? Shader, better using this. Specular, mix and add. Okay, so you have not too many options here. Okay, we're gonna... So if we just had the principal BSDF, we have this, the glossy, we have this. So let's mix and... So the mix is either one or the other. And it's too smooth, right? No matter what I do here. And okay, so here is starting to have something interesting. So basically, if I get the roughness down on the... Let's also try some other... Beckman, GX, Ashikmin something, and multi-scatter. Well, for me in this case they all seem the same. What's this? Anisotropy, nothing seems to happen, and rotation also nothing special. Okay, so this seems to be, but then it is too dark if we mix too much of the glossy, right? So it must be subtle, or what if we put first? Well, I think, yeah, apparently there is a difference, but that I don't remember now, but I will stick like this. So not exaggerate here, just this. Which might be okay. We can also try to get some of the glossy to appear on a map, right? So again, right now I just have this thing. So color ramp, no. How would I negate the... It will be like, it's not like rigging, like the transform something. I think some math node, but I don't know how to do this for shading. So what I'm gonna do is just ignore the eyelashes for now. So I basically need a mask that ignores the eyelashes. It's ideally a mesh selection, right? So we could get like a glossy map here. So those artifacts I'm just gonna ignore now. Want something smoother for that maybe. Yeah, just linear maybe. And then of course this how to prevent the EV from the shader from being too dark. Emission, this sounds stupid. but kind of works with a lot of connections. So here we could, well, let's leave at 1, and then here is just what we do about this. Maybe in this case we put the emission first. Actually, better not. Let's start with this and we add emission. The problem is that I'm afraid she's emitting light now. Okay, so if we compare now, it's like yeah, it's bright, but you see there's no great advantage. It's still boring. Very small improvements. However, maybe compositing this will be much better than compositing this. So because the clothing, the costume and the hair although they are not ready, but they look a little more acceptable for me in the from EV, like crude like that. We're gonna make now some tests with compositing on top of this. What happened? Oops, this looks like a terrible... I think I've lost everything. Big problem in my... Yeah, this is gonna... critical failure here, folks. Hold on. Oh no, I have the backup. Okay, good. So we need the emission shader still, and I don't know how heavy this would be to compose. Also, this shady, I think it's heavy. Notably, it has never crashed like that in streaming. Recently, at least. No, it's the FAC, of course, no. Okay, so we're gonna try this. It's colorful, but there are many risks involved. We're gonna, besides those artifacts, which are not, I'm not familiar with right now. So we're gonna, and the problem is not the color texture only, because on EV, because as soon as we get the shader to the shader system is what will blow up the models, the shading, and there is the tragedy. So we need to some solution from the shaders. Maybe we can use other things, but it's something that we need, I think. But the basic stuff, right? Refraction, subsurface scattering, translucent, like I use translucent for the hair, but it's heavy apparently. But okay, maybe we can use for the skin. So anyways, now I got this. Let's see what we'll do with compositing this. So I don't need to be looking at this. We got the camera to be, yeah, the camera. We are inside the camera already. So basically what's happening is she seems like to have a basic weak compositing setup. That's what it looks like to me. In comparison to the plain EV. So not too bad, because if I, but the heaviness is, I'm not sure if I want to keep that, but we're gonna go to the compositor. Now I'm gonna bring this, okay. One thing I can do here, let's get this thing. Yeah, we can do this. We can keep, how did you get the shortcut for, yeah. Okay, let's do this. We're gonna yeah, we cannot try run from here, exactly. So before even touching the other, so we're gonna render the first, we're gonna reuse what we had. Alright, so this is not too bad. This seems to be doing, yeah, it's unchanged here, it's basic, crude. Then we have ambient occlusion, yeah, alright, from the compositor, and that's it. Second result, no. But this is not surprising because these are not well achieved. And then the last one, which is posterized, which is very difficult to engage. So yeah, we probably can't get something good from this right now. So we can ignore the posterize. We can try to work so this is it's just the color balance that is working here, and then we have this. So yeah, the color balance, so not too different than what I would usually do, but we're gonna try something specific here. Shift D. And we're gonna make a Shift D. Okay, so here we can play with some stuff, saturation. We have two hue. Why is this? No, that is a mistake. Okay, now the color balance. Let's reset this. More than the color here, we are highlighting stuff, right? Now with ambient occlusion, and this will be the yeah, that will be the final result, except we could still test something here, like oh yeah, there's a Kuahara pass. I need to disconnect these ones. I need bring EV right here. If I want to, okay, so here. Okay, so like I will keep this as a proof that what's happening. Is my chat bugging? No. And this can be also a fast way to achieve this. Also, I want to compare now with the clothing rate. Of course, you can save that. Same, acceptable. Yeah, yeah. Could use it, but good to know. So also let's get the shading. How do I save this? Yeah, save as, save copy, whip. So I'm gonna call this 5 that means I could probably turn this into it's not like that asset library. I don't want to assetize this file, so but the material is there. What I need to do is to copy these nodes to a new. Yeah, this is tricky. Because I've made the material in this. I can append this into a new file. This is. Well, it's simple to reproduce, right? I need sort of get this as a pure EV, yeah, something like that. Then I need to get this into actually to this. Duplicated. Okay, good. we don't see nothing because there's the color ramp. I think I forgot to get equal. So okay, now save here. It's not even this one. Oh yes, it is. This one can help. So, okay, so we got the shading. Where's the color ramp? Okay, looks like I've got rid of it accidentally, so wait, maybe I got it. Yeah, I'm confused now about. Okay, whatever. We're going to get rid of she can also have the material now. But she's not using. Okay, so we got this. I'm gonna so as a proof of concept that was relevant, the scenery. Oh yeah, let's change this grease pencil for the lounge. We want this actually to be appear on render but not on screen. We want it to be thickness 1, maybe less opacity, more opacity, and this is fine. Why are you here? We're going now back to our main compositing. This looks like a crash. Okay, let's go back. Reopen Blender. Maybe I just need more lighting here. Which lights we are using? But before this, let me check. Is everything working here? Oh, this was disconnected. Of course, this is all broken. Anyways, the adjustments which I was doing on still very dark there. Under the interesting. So maybe what I need to do really, okay, let's see it's just add light, right? Because here we already get this tint and yeah, the tints of procedural texture, but we still have this shaded, solid shaded region, and of course that will propagate to everything. So that means that I need a light in the scene, so Okay, so we're just gonna do that. We're gonna in order to have good EV, this implies that we need good lighting, and this already is a gives clue that we don't have good lighting here. So I'm gonna get soundtrack back. The whole place is very dark, right? So despite this sun, let's give a neutral light here. Okay, there's this tip of getting better performance here. I'm gonna get the render to 50. Now in this case I'll need to visualize with precision, so let's go back here. Okay, so adjusting the global sun, yeah. This is very weird. This gave me an interesting idea. I can try to mimic a sun from, because this sun, of course, it comes from a certain direction, right? And it's just one. With the stupid string. So Of course this will be heavy, but maybe I can. Okay, let's try with 3 suns. Global suns, so they don't respect shadow. This oh yeah, so this is why we're getting this top. So we're gonna just make a triple sun system. It doesn't need to be on the top. I'm thinking of a shape, not a triangle. Maybe I'll need a tetrahedral. Yeah, ideally if they are symmetrized, right? So we're getting 4 times the sun, but they are terribly inverted, right? So we're gonna get the I'm gonna try to isolate this stuff. Of course, this is generic and is dangerous for all sorts of stuff. So this is not really a good idea, just to... But it would be some sort of reflecting system, like economical, maybe. It seems easy to navigate here, differently from other crazy lights. I'll see the time for rendering. Yeah, it's okay. So now we got rid of the So if I take off these sunlights, however, I could get a better if I find something that will have a global light. I think this is just exposure. What else could absorb light or brighten up without affecting the stars? Some environmental lighting. That is, yeah, this is what I'm creating, some environmental light that is bright, but it still creates these angular shadows which are not interesting. It's pretty nice. Even this is nice with this. That is rare. Oh yeah, so the posterize was broken because there was not enough light. Very interesting. So even this scrappy thing can get to work if we know how to overvalue it. Okay, why not? Yeah, what happened? See, it'll only get better when we get in the final, thanks to workbench, mostly, I guess. And we are taking a lot of brightness from here, so it's quite intriguing. Very good. We are getting some very bright spots there. Yeah, must be careful about the exposure and gamma. Yeah, let's keep like that. Yeah, this is a mix. Okay, mix or screen. So you have the choice. Seems to be glitching. We're going to, yeah, let's see, save. Okay, so it's not that this thing is working, is that it is just being working if combined with the final result. Alright. What helps with it are the lightings. Yeah, it's a good the eyes are not having good reflection, but besides this, so this is very good. I'd love to see this in real-time compositing, but this is not possible. So this is much better, right? Even with some crappy thing, the dual compositing that I'm making here is with some workbenches so much better than what I've did on EV only. So playing more maybe could reach something, but the fact is the workbench is something more. Actually, this is just okay. Let's also try to see what this does. It's visible. It's a interesting scenery, right? Now the grease pencil line art is not getting crazy on the. Is it even rendering? Maybe it's not rendering. It's just getting blurred too much, I guess. So, isolate grease pencil. We did this, so basically yeah, I'm not we need something like so I'm gonna make a few small search here. yes, okay, so now that I'm using EV, I could use HDR environments in this compositing system, but this, yeah. For some reason I was not attempting to use it before. And we can also change some of this for example, this coming from still works, right? Meaning that these lights could be pretty subtle. And we could see what could isn't this missing something? Looks like it's an emission shader. Let's get to Okay, this way we don't get the one coming from the right. Yeah, it's a little worse because we are lacking more light source in this scene. In this room. Something, oh, it's the simplify, yeah. But it looks good. The fact that I've reduced the sun light makes everything, the other lights function better, and we may even see if they are exaggerated. This now, I don't like it being here, so let's try to bring it to this other corner. This is because of the light rate. Hi, hello, Zach Hyde, welcome back. Yes, progress today. I was able to get. Hope you're doing well, so here I'm trying to mimic some environmental light, because one of the reasons EV was so hard to get straight to the compositor was the darkness, right? Many things were not working very well, but not this, because of this problem of EV being too dark. So I made a fake workbench with good, yeah, relatively fine is good. Yes, these days. So, in my opinion, right? Because there are moments sometimes in life it can be very, very terrible. So here there is this tetrahedron suns. It's sort of a workbench system. Probably there are better ways to do this, but essentially they are pointing in some very crazy, trying to get some sort of order here, but they are very low suns. They are not very heavy on the scene, which is nice, and they are not getting, I've adjusted them a bit like we do in Workbench when we get into this light studio editing here. Like for example this one, editor, we bring it to editor. So you see we can roll this thing here and get oops, oh, this is bad. Okay, we can't do back and forth, so we can roll this in all directions, and so we can create some studio lighting for I think they are global lights, 4 of them at maximum, and then we can create some sort of system like that. But of course there will be better ways. I think these suns, they are, if I disable this, we get terrible darkness here. And there is the possibility of using this HDRI. I have a space one, not sure it will work here. Yeah, I will have to bring it, make a world thing, right? World combine it in the world shading. Of course I want to use scene lights, and the world is probably necessary, otherwise I don't get my stars. Well, at least not from this render engine. So, and I want it real time. So by just adding this gradually, so they have very low values, maybe this is sufficient to, because I was having a heavy shadow under her chin, and this was just because I had this sunlight here, which was coming from the top. I just have one, and it bypasses shadow walls, right? It bypasses everything. So it's like, no, this is not working. Hold on. here don't see good results, but the idea is this makes the sun traverse all the walls, and this can be interesting for this sci-fi or any scene that we want. So it works like for me this works like an environmental lighting, except that the sun has a unique orientation and direction. So the direction will so this is one problem with this system. So let's keep it traverse, and then by combining this I can maybe get something that the sum of them all will be equivalent to have one strong one, right? But by distributing this but from a better distribution, right? Here I'm getting these very bad reflections, and I think this is because of this one. No. Ah, it's the top one. Okay, so apparently we can't get this angle here. It's too dangerous. Yeah, this is a problem for certain materials. Like this one has plenty of reflection. Okay, but this is okay. We can have lower values here. Yeah, this is very high, so okay, then return here. This one is causing some artifact there for some strange reason. Yeah, so another problem using this. I need to be aware, or maybe it's also the power. No. Yeah, we see. So this method is a little dangerous for the glasses. But it's better than just one, right? Maybe what I could do is... No, it's... one was being blocked, alright. No, it still happens, alright. Let's see if we get them blocked. Yeah, then we don't have the good lighting. Let's render this. Yeah, and this is substantially good. Can totally use this for yeah, so the compositing is essentially working, and I even found a way to... I have another I just found today setup that works just for EV. Basically ignore this one, it's just okay, the stars, Quahara, and some sharpening. So just a color balance here, so sharpening. By making a skin texture for her dedicated to... It's a very simple shading node. Let's open the file where it was. Actually, I can... Ideally, I should check the renders that I've made. Yeah, let's try to find it. The render is... Yeah, so I was comparing here. Hold hold on. Yeah, so this one was done on pure EV with slight compositing, so it's just a shader system, but just, yeah, it's okay. But this one without the, you see the effect of the sun. This was the unique sun traversing the walls, and this was causing this. I was having good brightness from certain angles, but I didn't know what was causing it. But it's just one sun, strong sun, but then strong shadows as well because of the direction. But yeah, I was able to solve it more or less with this. But then see, these are mix shading setup shaders, right? On the material, I had to make a dedicated material just for EV, and here are the cloths. So okay, it's good, but probably can do more with the shaders and the compositor. But I find it's limiting compared to this kind of stuff. So, and also this kind of stuff. So this is not this is just a backup of this unique EV, but here are the big one. It allows the workbench, it's really refines everything, I think, if we use it correctly. Look, even this is workbench and it's pretty nice. Even it's just for preview, but alright, this is not the rendered EV. The rendered EV, no, the rendered workbench is, well, it's would be this one with render here. So this is what I'm taking from workbench, but I could at this point make some variations here. Specular, style specular. I've gave them some names. So this was the first tree that I've made. Let's try this one. Now we can augment this, yeah. And we can use an outline. Alright, let's see. I have a interesting. This could reinforce, it will be redundant, but you can use it to reinforce the and we could try this for have some floating assets, snap to face. I'm not sure what this will create, we'll gonna see. The problem is that... Alright, let's make a highlight here because this is interesting. Hold on. No, star was on, okay. Folks, here I'm gonna show dual compositing or multi-compositing on Blender using the compositor, and I have two scenes, and the second one, Workbench, is a link copy from the first one. So there's a little thing here that I'm not gonna explain exactly how it works, but I'm gonna focus on a refreshment here, which is a bit tricky. So here I'm on EV, but I'm using the first scene, but I'm configuring the workbench because I wanted to change some settings. And whichever I change here, although it's linked duplicate, it won't change in the other. For example, okay, this is the fourth, let's pick this. When I go here, you see that the second scene, which was set to workbench, this didn't change. But if I change the 3D viewport and return, you see that didn't change. So this data here, render data and other stuff, even the render layer stuff, they don't get automated, synchronized. So this is good, but this sometimes is a problem. So right now the problem is that I'm remaking the workbench directly in the original, because the original carries everything, because I can at any time delete this one. The changes were pretty small here, right, on the that I'm making. Actually originally this is like this, right, but I'm editing its workbench, so I can when I can re-edit those things here, then they won't get updated, right? Let's get this back. Okay, so this is the... Don't confuse these settings with the viewport shading, they are different. This is what will be rendered if we use workbench, and this is just a solid viewport, but this is rendered, right? So you see, it's already... These don't synchronize. Unfortunately, there's no way to do that, I think. Maybe, yeah, it's... So now, okay, I've made the change that I wanted, and I want to bring this setup now to the other scene, but I'm not gonna copy paste data or transcribe them manually. No, I'm just going to delete the entire scene here, the second one, right? I'm going back here to the original. Let's go back to EV, the main one. The scenes, the settings here were edited, so I'm gonna just click this new scene and then linked copy, and so now I have this EV001, but I'm gonna call workbench. So now few things I need to go on render tab, properties editor. I will change the render engine to workbench, so you see this won't be affected here. You see it keeps DV. So, and here it copied everything. So for example, I think I've added the outline or specular lighting. and if we check here the original, it also preserves. So yeah, so this is how this linked copy worked. The other scene, ignore. I don't know what is happening. It's something about the linked character in the scene. Alright, so now this is ready, this is updated, but it's not ready for compositing, because since I deleted the linked copy, I'm using render. Where is the render layers? Okay, so input scene, right? Input scene render layer. So this is, we got this one, the EV, right? But the one that I deleted, and that was dual compositing, it is empty now. I need to reassign it, and that's it. And make sure that the, oh, there's another thing that I forgot in these refreshments, that I'm using transparency for the second one, because I don't want it to render the ambientation. So I just need to find here, film. Also, let's check this in real time. This will be easier to visualize what's happening. So the second scene that you use Workbench won't care about the background, while this one cares, and see, it doesn't change. Also, okay, so this is the refreshment, and then what I'm doing here is that, oops, sorry, let's get any things here to render, maybe this. Yeah, so I've added this specular, so maybe this is bad idea. Just was testing from the maybe something is something seems broken here. Definitely something went broke. Okay, my demonstration failed, or not yet. If I can fix this, what might have? Oh, EV is Workbench. No. EV is EV. Workbench is Workbench. There. So this is just a little mistake, folks. So F12, now we re-render this. And so now we have a dual composite thing. And of course, here I'm not gonna explain all that, but essentially we have some stuff compositing, basic compositing for the EV with some switches. Then we get some ambient occlusion pass for EV. Then we get into the dual compositing and Quahara and some sharpeners, and then we can combine with the stars which come from the EV, and then this is optional. And then we have here for the Workbench, and this is very special because here what I'm doing is that Workbench, I don't have baked textures, no baked, yeah, maybe one or another here and there that are loose, but I will delete them. Maybe it's just for the character I would like to bake texture, but see, I don't have baked texture, so Workbench will do that, except that before I composite Workbench, I start by getting it a fake procedural texture. So this is just a input from image of the, right, and so this is getting into the basic materials which are flat because they don't have image texture, and Workbench doesn't process shader nodes. except for the image texture, which doesn't even need to be connected to the output node, right? So it's very bizarre. But then we get this. You see, I can get some amount of EV on top of the workbench, and so I'm calling this like a fake procedural texture. So this allows us to keep using input from workbench without requiring procedural texture baking, and then we can get some very cool thing which will not barely will affect, sometimes even contribute to the procedural textures. Otherwise, if we just mix this flat with this, it will, of course, it will tend to it's as if we're taking off contrast of everything, right? So it's very, very bad. Can still, if you get some gray tones, we can sometimes get good results, but it's like boring, right? It's just dying off. But then finally we can recombine this. When you recombine with the EV, then we start to get stronger colors without too much impact. So it could be more colorful, but this is just one of the multiple possibilities we can do here. And anyways, but I was showing this mainly because of the refreshment for this technique, right? This approach. And so that's it, folks. Hope that is interesting. Please like, subscribe if you enjoy the content. Alright, so good explanation maybe from time to time. So let's get here into the, so this procedural thing was not very good, right, for compositing. It was not horrible, but it's not helping too much. But I know where it can become useful from past experience. Sometimes if we try to get this black and white stuff, then it can, this specular from workbench can come in handy, because it will add data, pointillizing data like lights from behind and stuff like that, like Fresnel, I think. And this can bring some cool results sometimes. But it is dangerous, of course. Otherwise it's usually terrible. It plastifies everything. You see there the small amount of I'm not doing it. Okay. Some reflections. Yeah, this is the specular in the cloak. And on the leggings there. This is a recolorizer of the arbitrary recolorizer. If we do that, maybe it's cool, but we don't. Then if we do this, and if we do this, no, not too good. I was expecting to have better result with this, but apparently, yeah, the cool thing is that we get this light, these things on the some materials, right? Surfaces. So this is one good thing of compositing on top of the one finding that I've made when I was playing with Workbench and compositing. So here what we can do, let's try, nope, then let's try to do, yeah, will be, it's not horrible, it's actually, but we can get better results without requiring to use this whatever we change here will usually have strong effects into this. So this is very delicate, this range. So let's see here what we got here. So yeah, this one is sick, right? Oh wait, what is this? Is this even correct? No, I was doing it wrong. It's wrong. Or maybe not. Sorry, I'm not getting what's happening here. Okay, these switches are so confusing. So what we get here, usually when you get these effects here at the end, we want to have the grayscale here. So this is the basic grayscale. Yeah, this thing seems to be wrong. So you have one grayscale here, which is, yeah, because this is not going here, right? Yeah, there's some confusion here. I need to remake this. So let's get, so I want this to have with this or without this. So this is the basic one. We probably don't need this one in the end, but we're still gonna connect it. Actually, let's do the following. Yes, the problem is that I see why that is like that. So two color ramps here, which deserve switch. Okay, but then here is the okay. So this and this. We need a switch even before all this, so that will be the last one, right? Here. No, this is the colorizer for the. I see. Okay, so. Okay, basic and let's get the soundtrack back here, folks. World of Warcraft. Taverns, inns. Okay, so this goes along with this, so they are paired. So here we can switch between them and go back to okay, as we pair them, we can switch, and we don't want yes, all right. we switch right here, and so this you can delete, you can bring this to here, so without good. And then whichever we pick, we want either to go whichever we pick, we want then to allow another switch that would be either this or this. Yeah, so definitely it was a bit limited. Now I got so this is black and white, grayscale, and this if we go grayscale we can re-enable this, okay, but we don't. If we go grayscale we can switch here. It doesn't matter which switch we want, we can pick if we match this one, then we get the constant of this, and then we can pick either this color ramp or the other. So this color ramp usually helps in some things. So this, maybe we want to switch here to, instead of this, use these ones. It might be better for the color ramp, and not sure, but and if we colorize here we might have some interesting results if we want to use this, but let's see, keep black and white. It seems very dark right now because of this oh, I know why. No, I don't really know why. So anyways, I've changed the lights, so maybe that's the cause. And then here we got some interesting thing if we switch this on, because these are supposed to be used with the but this already is quite usable, I think. Patchy, colorful, very interesting, right? Graphism, I think. So I'm gonna save here F11 as this one, yeah, this one. So I'm gonna image, save as 21, and also okay, we got this fixed. Also this bring inside this thing. What is this brighter EV? Don't remember what this is for. Probably some junk. I have enough clustering with all this. Okay, now the idea to get environmental lighting from this stuff. I have one of these materials that I've downloaded. Not downloaded, got from Blender Kit. It's one. It was one of the free space, but I don't really know how to. Don't remember exactly. I think it's, yeah, it's a world shader. What's happened to the... Oh, it's because of this. Okay. Okay, if I place the scene world with... Where has gone the chat? Sorry folks. Okay, let's go back here. Now, I have Blender Kit, it's just not... Yeah, it is online asset library. Yeah, I've installed but once, but I'm just not using right now. So if I can't find the HDR, okay, then shading, world, and I think I will have to do some sort of mix if I were to. I don't know even if it is possible. It will be like environment texture, yeah, and that would use... Is that only this? Apparently that is this. So I'll have to... Yeah, there is a certain... Okay, open image. I don't think it is in my new asset library. Maybe it could be somewhere here lost in... No, definitely it's not here, so let's check here. Oh, yeah, okay, I remember this crazy name. So this is what I've got from for free in... So there's two of... What format is that? Anyways, it's a very heavy. One is 2K, the other is 4K. So this is probably the format for equirectangular. Let's see what it creates. This doesn't work on Workbench, folks, as expected. So we need to... just connect here and see what happens. So you have stars, HDR, yeah, environment, and is it getting some... yeah, it's not, it should be doing something like this, right? Well, this environment doesn't seem to be... We need to compare with reflections, right? Yeah, there you see the reflections, but this is not... The reflections switch the... But this is not bringing any light source. Let's... Yeah, I don't see... Maybe I'm missing something there. I was sure that added some sort of lighting, but maybe it's dark and my scene is dark, so it's doing nothing or nothing very visible. Another thing I could try to do here would be to so this technique failed. If I could get into something like this, this generates a lot of special lighting, right, on EV, but I don't have anything that matters. Let's try to render this here and see if there's any advantage, serious advantage. Apparently I'm still rendering the stars in the compositor, so should I have just to ignore that? Where is all the light? Oh, I need to take this off. Ah, okay, of course. Here we go. Yeah, it won't. It will get this one. Strain. World opacity. No. Very weird. Okay, this is a very brilliant reflection. Let's see if... Okay, it just doesn't get rendered as I was suspecting, so for some reason. So what is this about then? Can we just install from... Does it accept this EXR file? Alright, apparently it does. But we see the sims just for... Oh, maybe shading world. No, the intention here is to negate scene world, to use this lighting, right? So there's nothing to do here. how to use this crap. It says it will render this thing, but it doesn't. Or is it my setup that is... No, some results should appear from that. This is very... I never used this, so I thought this would be a mysterious thing. I'll check how to render. If someone there knows, please tell me. I have never done this render with this thing. I thought it would be straightforward, but apparently this is one of those Blender things that... How my HDRI lighting is not rendering. If there isn't rendering, it's likely due to incorrect settings. Yeah, there we go. So probably render properties. Ensure enable use scene lighting and world in the look depth previews. Yeah, maybe it's... Well, this looks like crap. I did that. It's the opposite. I hate those answers here. Why am I even reading this crap? So also make sure the trust unchecked. Okay, this is the case. Finally, verify your shader edge has correct nodes. No, this is precisely not to use nodes. What this idiot AI is talking about. Scene lighting word. Yes, okay. So this checked for missing nodes. Viewport shade look previewed. Yeah, it's not, this is not my problem, right? It's a complicated question to establish because basically... Alright, so... And this appears here, so it should be rendered. So what do you call it? How do you name this thing? Light, so it's very difficult to... So what could be is that I thought maybe I've disabled some basic, very basic thing from this. Which is not as transparent. Yeah, but I can't know. So, or maybe this is just a cycles thing. Yeah, okay, I got an idea to ask again. Okay, Blender. It's not the usher, it's the lighting of the... Yes. I'm interested in using just Pxy-VERSE the light seems to be casting large any preview sure, but your shader background. So maybe the shader needs to be combined with... Okay, this is for nodes, so this is not this. Or very stupidly, maybe we need to work this in combination with this. Okay, I'm not gonna deep dive into this. There are more interesting things to do than this. And as you see, this is just being too dark. Not any interesting reflection better than whichever I've got. So this is like, okay, at least we've installed this this stuff here, but I want now to try something funny. So let's try to mix combine color. No, mix this, mix color. What the hell that will generate? Invalid link. The background is not considered. Okay, of course. So we are mixing this, which is very hard to spot in current. I'm in the compositing area. Hold on. And let's. There's no background, of course. Let's do this like that. Fine. Okay, what happens? Something very mysterious. Nothing is. Here we go. This one also was needing this. So apparently we mixed. This can be interesting because I can sort of negate the weird effect of. Why so dark now? That if I just connect here, we should. I've lost something. Yeah, there was. Apparently this is affecting the entire. I need to delete this, no? Okay, this seems to have achieved a level of bugginess that, right, it's not using the I have to, maybe I close Blender. Let's reopen this. In my space there was an effect due to this shader. Here there's this effect, right? And it was just completely vanished, even though could it be because some. Okay, I've lost. No, my material is here. Okay, if I use it here, I use scene light, it's there. The environment texture is that file. No, not volume, this can cause some trouble, so I just want to recover that. I want to mix now, mix color. This will be horrible, of course, and now we mix here. Aha! So yeah, it was glitching so you can reduce this by, there will be other ways to achieve this, but this is one interesting way also, because we are adding this. So if this is adding some light in here, then this could be interesting, right? Doesn't seem to be also too heavy, or maybe a little. Nah, seems regular. It wasn't heavy before, so when it was alone there, just this thing. So here you can probably just change this mix to something crazier. Because my star system is different. It is colored. And so here we lighten will not be good here. This is just too let's try something else. Darken, we have this strange spots, right? No, not darken, let's try add. Yeah, it will add the other stars, but let's try. Overlay is like a multiply. And mix, in this case mix, yeah, no, it's not super interesting because it will take off my data from my original in exchange for the other. So, but it will erase that thing gradually, so that also is good, but it's not sufficient. I prefer, let's try this other stuff. This stuff that never work. Interestingly, we are seeing some effects in the materials, but it's about reflection, right? Yeah, it blows up everything, so it's saturation. Color. It's not clear, but it looks like I'm getting those colors colorized, those stars colorized, some the grayish ones which come from this. I'm not sure. Yeah, this is hard to get something. Soft light. Is that it affects my star system? No. They're not changing colors, so... But I don't need this, right? It's not affecting the lights, so... I'm just gonna leave like... mix, let's just... There are way more interesting things to do about the environment, which is actually creating some assets for it. Alright folks, so now I think we're gonna get some more assets here. But the problem of the lighting is still not clear. So I tried sunlights, the tetrahedron suns. I've tried environmental lighting. What else? The compositor, basic EV, exposure maybe. Let's try to bring the camera somewhere here. Wait, where's this light coming from now? They are visible here. Okay, it's not coming from the... Now not sure what... Okay, might be just the compositing from Workbench that is creating this lighting effects. Yeah, it's processing everything, right? It's a workaround, but I would like to see the light in real time, right? Yeah, a good lighting, maybe slightly more. So let's try to bring this to light. Sorry, in these terms. What is this? Okay, of course it is. I'm gonna separate this. And we're gonna connect this there, alright. And we're gonna blow up the exposure. Is there any light? Brightness, contrast. So this exposure affects EV, and that's all. So if I do this, it's not the end of the world, because I have dual compositing. Yes, it's sort of the end of the world, because in this case we are having this mixing, right? Yeah, not sufficient to counter. Alright, so we can't do something like as stupid as this, but we can try something. Oops, instead of... So it's very dangerous to do this, right? But if you get some exposure like this... Yes, this might have improved. Okay, I'm not convinced this is sufficient. I try to destroy the sunlights and see the difference. Gonna render in the slot 1. Very interesting. Very interesting. So exposure. I have lights in this room, so they want me to have a sun. Okay, this is a good timing for testing if this holds any lighting whatsoever. Change the sky, but no, it's nothing relevant. Let's go back. So you need the light not coming from exposure. This will not be sufficient to... Our lights are just too dim. They are not... Maybe I try a area light in this room. I don't have area light, or if I have, it's not doing a good job. Have point, have spot, yeah, a lot of spotlights, and this is a spot, and this, yeah, we need a area light, so maybe it's just this. Let's add What is this gizmo? We see the effect of the lighting in the dark room. Okay, I mean this is a little effective, but then all this is, of course we want shadows, but I like to have more options for lighting. Maybe ellipse is better here. It seems like, let's see this reflection. Yeah, no, I'll keep with ellipse. No, let's test. Regarding the lightness. The rectangle is more organized to distribute the lights, so let's skip this for now. And now here is the problem, right? If I blow this string, it should cause a lot of problems with materials too close to this, including the door. And if we don't have strong light, then it's just too dim and not working like a sun. You see how? Okay, let's take this off, of course, and see now if we can do something with this new light. Okay, it prevented some, yeah, there's some improvement compared to, oops, there is some improvement compared to this, but like, let's say about 15-20% improvement. It's still super dark. So let's try to combine this with exposure of, grow this exposure to like nearly 1. Let's try something. Let's go slowly here. This is nice. Now I think we are about 33% improvement. Some areas are pretty dark though. We might have to bring other sources of this or try to use the ellipse. Not sure this will do anything. So let's try to bring this to 1. And let's try now. And now what we're getting is some still very, yeah, we see the effect, right? The rectangular thing, it doesn't the ellipse is even clearer. The light doesn't go until there, in spite of how I stretched it. And so we're getting good lights where it is, well, not good light, but I mean too bright here, the light is too strong. It's very bad to see here. In the I could use sun just for visualization, right? So this is a simple alternative. And they are dim. Let's enable them and see if we get what happens if we do this and render. Of course, now you have back some good lighting. These suns, they traverse walls. But they create shadows. Isn't there an environmental shader? Environmental light. Wasn't there something like that that took from... Not here, of course. Maybe would be that my materials are not taking... I need a material. No, this is environmental texture. Environmental, no, nothing like that. So never mind, apparently there's not something like that, it's just my wrong thought. So we don't need for EV to absorb the shaders, to absorb the environment. It's not required to have a specification for it. Just put the HDR there. But maybe that could be the reason why it's... Okay, so the suns are still the best solution. And here I can zero out this. And without even touching the lights of the sun, the intensity... No, it's very dangerous to touch this thing here in the beginning of EV. It will affect... It can destroy lots of colors. I think I need to research something like how to get more light in EV. Methods to get more brightness. To achieve bright light, increase the light strength of the exposure of the entire scene, right? This is very dangerous. But maybe it's better than the compositor one. Not sure if they are equivalent. Probably they are. Use area lights. Area lights offer more control for lights on such which can have more. So no, it's not that. This is incorrect. Bad control. They don't have the spot softness, and they don't. They occupy very low, very small place in the screen. I was just having a problem in EV. Of course, I'm not using reflections, so this might be one of the reason. Ray tracing with certain effects, yeah, and explore bloom is an effect that has glow around bright areas, enhance the and now this sounds interesting, but this can be heavy. And then, or is that compositing? Don't know. This is old. Indirect lighting, oh, baking, okay. Environment user, yeah, so this was okay. So bloom, let's try. Okay, we have a few propositions here, because I want to substitute this system, but maybe I can't. We will see. Okay, take this off. I can make a direct comparison, but I need to be right back in a moment, folks. Like, yeah, be right back. back, folks. So basically a few tricks to test. Basically it's the bloom. Then we, yeah, the bloom I think is, or is it gloom? I think it's a compositing thing. Okay, maybe this is a good idea. Then we have also the, yeah, I need to know why. This is I'll do later. Why the system then there is the what's the name of this thing? I have one of them, probe. Yeah, volume probe. So this is the more likely, I cannot know for sure, but this is probably feasible, but I don't know how much annoying it is to set. But I have one there. I probably need to bake the lights that are coming in the scene. I never did that, so or I don't know, I'll have to revise the tutorial. One that shows it in Blender, recent Blender version. And the other one was exposure. Yeah, compare exposure from properties, editor, and compositor. There we go. So we are gonna, this will be easy because we can, so start with bloom. I think it is straight here. Bloom. Okay, so it's something like that, right? So we're gonna do it here and see what happens. Nothing happens. High. And okay, so we need lights first to have this working, and so this is super dangerous to start in the compositing, right? So this is probably not good. It more doesn't seem to me a good alternative. I'll still try. Let's try to, okay, improve the quality. And mute that. Yeah, it's very subtle. So let's compare two renders. So you have this, and then we'll have this, and actually, and we have this, one with, one without. Okay, I say this is good at acquisition. So let's maintain this glare, this bloom thing. I never use, so as you can see. So for let's use this as a an additional feature for compositing. It seems to add some flavor, not only flavor, it really brightens up some things, but it needs to be subtle in most cases, I guess. This compared, so here I'm stacking export, so I shouldn't even be trying this. So let's go and disable the suns, and now we can have a better assessment. So now we're gonna compare. Yeah, we want to see bloom without nothing. Okay, so this is a second test of bloom. We want to see if it has some impact on low light ambientations. It does have an interesting impact. It's sort of a specular thing. It can be dangerous in some cases. It starts to create some atmosphere which is a bit massive, but in principle it's cool if we maintain it small. Good flavor. So we're gonna totally maintain this for rendering. I don't know if I should put it here on the end. I never would need to make some tests, but in principle now I want to test the exposure thing. We're going to I think it got reset. Alright, let's skip this. Now I want to test the exposure. Probably it's the same thing, but I have suspicion that it might not be the case. So here we need exposure, so I'm gonna again slot 01. We're gonna get 1 and we render and we composite, and then we have slot 1, then switch to slot 2. Then I'm gonna take off this one, reset, and then I'm gonna do this here. And well, this might be incorrect. Let's push it here. The glare will affect, but whatever. I'm gonna very interesting. Very interesting. The compositor, well, this could be a no. The compositor exposure is stronger for some reason, or multiple reasons. Okay, let's try both. Too strong, right? So I think the systemic one might be safer because it's very hard to use it here, but here it can also create a lot of trouble. The advantage of using it directly in the scene is that the scene gets brighter, right away. Now where is it? Film color management. Yes, so the scene gets brighter, and this is good for visualization, right? So, which is one of the things that I'm looking for. It's not sufficient. We are seeing, oh, we can see the effect of bloom. Very interesting. From the camera. Let's make a test here. I'm gonna bring this to the end. So it stopped blooming everything randomly. No, maybe it's worse. I don't know. Well, we have a lot of exposure. This is quite a nice render if it wasn't for the excessive... of course, this exposure is absurd. Wow. So this is like, we can get very cheesy results for sci-fi with this. Her eye has pupil iris has problem. So I just found out something here. Hold on. The positioning of this is affected by the positioning of the viewer. The viewer controls let's make a highlight here, folks. Folks, did you know that in compositing in Blender, I'm not using this because I want to have a splitted area here. Did you know that depending on the node that we are in, for example, let's look here, or after this multiply, you see you have some churns, or maybe let's look from this other branch. Did you see what's happening here? Although I have here okay, let's use always. So you see the compositor viewport shading feature, it adapts to shift control left mouse button click the viewer node, right? I didn't know that, so this is very interesting. So this is the final steps, and so we can do this to maintain looking at those yeah. So I didn't know this, I was compositing and all the time, and sometimes I just didn't figure out it worked like that. So essentially these compositor features here are dependent on the viewer, and so if we start just in the very beginning, we have basically barely nothing, right, in the 3D viewport. So, and here you have nothing because this is another render layers. Now it's being affected slightly by this one. Okay. So this is the highlight, folks. So probably would like to be careful enough to maintain this in the very end, right? To see the final result when needed. Okay, I need to fix this bloom now. Why would I want low quality? For performance probably. We need to fix this threshold or whatever. The brightness level at which pixels are considered part of the that produce glare. Oh yeah, the lowest, the easier it produces it apparently. Yeah, so we can smooth is the smooth of the extracted highlights. Let's smooth them because and maximum suppress bright highlights such that their brightness is not larger than this value. 0 disable suppression. Okay, so this is like a suppressor. Not very sure how it works. Apparently we need to get it closer to oh yeah, the maximum, how much, okay, I got it. It's maximum allowed, so we don't want to allow too much glow. Yes. And we want to smooth, and the threshold we want to be a high threshold so it won't bloom chaotically everything. So about 0.7. Adjust string, yeah, we can reduce string. We can also make this thing smoother, let's say, weaker. Saturation, that's related to color. Not sure. Let's keep it saturated, and tint, yeah, we will maintain this. And size, the size of the glare relative to the image means the glare covers the entire image, there covers half the image and so on. Oh, I see, this is very important. So leave a small glow. So very subtle things I'm gonna do with this. Yeah, let's leave it like that. It's hard to get it in at the very end, so I need a random thing here to stupid random node to can be just something like that. Scene looks like a bit heavy though. Yeah, much better glows and blooms. But this exposure, yeah, what is good exposure? And the last thing, so maybe 0.05 or environments confer fine-tuned overall breadth. Ah, there's a good point. Okay. All right. So 0. This is like, yeah, for realist imagery maybe that would be valuable, but okay, we have slot 1 and we go for slot 2. Begin with 0.05. Yeah, how great tip this is. So yes, for my scene problem, so I don't see any yeah, there was some, so we are gonna play with this indeed. Apparently this is a regular approach that is not gonna destroy everything very easily. Yes, this is pretty nice. We're gonna let's try 0.6. So you see, I'm not using the tetrahedron suns. Just this exposure thing, the system exposure. I'm gonna save this. This looks very nice, very appealing. Have a good atmosphere for sci-fi also. Very colorful, plenty of special effects. So you see, we are getting better and better every day on this. Sometimes not some days, but some progresses we are getting into this. navigation is difficult, but a little because I'm streaming, that should also have some impact. So the compositing is a bit heavy, yes. We could play with this, but this color management here, this, I don't think this will do much for the light, I mean. Though the standard is the usually raw is super dark, is usually the one for cartoon, they say. Oops, what was the default? Oh, known, okay. And gamma, why no one mentioned gamma? Amount of gamma modification applied after display transform. I don't know what is the display transform. So possibly we could also try, it starts on 1, right? So here I really don't know if we should be using this one. So I stick with the exposure and just changing here to slot 1. I'm gonna make a comparison. So this is default gamma, and this is 1.1 gamma. The slot 2 we'll see in a moment. I don't see any change, so let's try something more. Maybe I've messed up. So this is slot 1. See that the glow is the bloom is very strong now. Appealing there. Then for slot 2 we're gonna change to 1 and render. Interesting, this doesn't seem to be a gamma is not working. So it means if I place this and render, oh yes, it is affecting the but for some reason but you see, we can't get the lights that we want from gamma. It's just destroying everything. And this exposure is also not doing sufficiently. We'll try to keep this 0.4, and I think this is already a lot. Okay, we're securing this one, and gonna save here. Let's check our notes here. So we got bloom, yeah, done. Compare exposure, yes. So properties, exposure is better, might be, is, yeah, they are. Around 0.3, yeah. Then volume probe. Okay, so this is the last thing I didn't remember. I want to see how that would work. Let's place it here. So it's about EV reflections. So you have this stuff about, where's this object? It is there. This, there's all a technique about where it should be. It's mad. It's something that is difficult to use, tricky. But for us, we're not doing something in order to be perfect. We just want some results. You'll see if what is. Yeah, this is something about a gizmo thing. Anyways, we're gonna render and see what happens to this thing. I already made a test. Okay, let's first render it with this thing disabled. Volume probe. So this is disabled. Slot 2, we're gonna get no, I don't see any difference. Yeah, probably need to bake some data here, and this is where I hate these methods. So here it just I'm from old techniques where this just sounds alien to me, right? We can, okay, this would be nice. This is the bake, so apparently this should be, I don't know if there's any other settings, but you know, there's a button hidden anywhere. Just want to run the crap automagically, so whatever. Let's also, same thing, I hate baking animation. This makes, all this crap makes no sense to me. It's like terrible workflows, like if anyone cares, this is not human friendly. So it's a Stone Age technology. So here we get delete. Okay, maybe we have something here. Let's delete. Let's I don't know how much I need this. Anyways, there's some. No, let's get this. Alright. Emission sounds good. Not render, bake. So apparently this is not so difficult, because we just have to set the lights that we want and bake. And in principle, that should provide some, I don't know if it provides real-time result, but I'm not seeing any real-time results. But we're gonna get here, gonna render. And then we're gonna render with it in the slot 2. And now we can compare. Gloom seems to be okay, so nothing's happened. So maybe I'm doing something wrong. Maybe there are some settings that I missed. So I've took off a lot of things from this. So I don't know. Let's try. Ah, maybe we need to light probe. Okay, no, that's. Ah, we see real-time things, right? So, well, I don't see. There's some glitch change there, but not sure if that's the case. What is the default for this? Okay, let's try. And also, they say this is good for reflection, but in my experience, this slows down my computer. And also, in this scene at least, there's this glitch stuff that doesn't look good for whatever reason. Okay, let's try now on slot, doesn't matter, slot 2. Yeah, so it makes the scene darker. The metals are less reflective. Good, but no, this is not what I was expecting. Let's try with this. Okay, now the opposite. Now with this we got some better result on metallic reflections. Yeah, this is about reflection. So good to know that, like, if I want to have better metallic reflections or stuff like that, other reflections, then I can totally employ this at a small cost. So but for me, I'm not using, yeah, light probe, exactly. So let's see if this is doing any difference. No, we still have. My idea with that is that the reflections would generate some indirect lighting, right? Enough that will brighten up my whole scene, right? But apparently this is not helping very much. Furthermore, it doesn't act directly in the viewport. So another how do you say busted no, it's not busted, of course. Light probe, volume probe. Maybe it's something about the intensity of the probe, right? Yeah. Also, there are many questions that it wasn't a proper full test, but sufficient. So method screen light probe. Reflect metallic. Okay, what can I do here? Yes, there's one last thing about this probe was the intensity. Modified intensity of light captured by this probe. Okay, let's exaggerate. Maybe this is a lifesaver. Anything else? No. As we're gonna dump that and bake again. And anything else? Yeah, all that, and let's see what happens. I'm not sure, but nah, if we compare here, just we don't need to re-render. We can see here already it's not, it's just a good shot. There's nothing special really. So we can delete that. This is definitely not worth for the kind of rendering I'm trying to do. NPR, right? So here the amount of cards, I just have the, I've got the cards, folks. Now I've got the cards. So basically this crudest method is the better for this stuff, right? What's happening here? Oh, this is happening. Okay. This will add up for us good lightings on the hold on. Is there a metallic? Because I can change the influence of this in a way that okay, let's try on a single one first. Nah, this is not gonna do anything interesting, so yeah, I don't have volume transmission. I think only on the hair, maybe glossy we have in some materials, or I'm just wondering about excessive. Okay, this of course I have augmented, so if I bring this on I need to compensate, or just let's see. Let's just render here and see what we get. I'm okay, satisfied for the viewport though, and for rendering, yeah, render is good, but need to fix these metallic reflections there. So gonna go for the .2, or let's reset this. Yeah, I have to do something about that. But the suns are right. Okay, let's do 0.25 because I feel we need a little more. And then let's just get these sunlights and swap some values here. So 0.5. Yeah, this could be 0.2, 0.2, and the bottom 0.3 maybe. So what we get is a 8. Yeah, I have a bit more than 1 in total, which is very important to consider. Alright, I think this is about to be very good. So possibly this light that I'm having here is also caused by this new area light which I've created that is not adjusted yet, right? Yes, this area light is not adjusted, and it's not positioned in a way that is very good for this. We can also make it dimmer. We don't need to use this whole size because it seems that it doesn't really work. Where is it? Okay, I'm not seeing it. Area. The gizmo. Oh, they are changing. Okay, there we go. So we could make this about this size of the door. Okay. Then we get this is dangerous. It is about okay, this is better. Let's reparent. So this is the area ceiling. Move to this scene, right? No, apparently something went wrong here. Let's move it first and then parent it to empty lights. There we go. Then we reduce this. Yes, this helps not getting bad reflections there. So more to the center. Let's okay, this is fine. And then shadows, yeah, we want shadows then, and we leave it like that. Reset clear rotation. Let's see what we've got. It's very difficult to integrate these different materials without breaking it. Feel the, if I were to be more exigent, yeah, the brightness of this metal is horrible. So would there be a way to fix this? From the material itself? It is too bright despite of the metallic aspect of it. So this is very intriguing. So I need to... maybe it's this node. Aha! Okay, so this node... Of course, it is too dangerous. But it's a color node. It is doing this. Alright. We need to... If I want this... Oh, now this material has a different flavor. It's not the original one, but... let's change this, yeah, so... Yeah, so... Yeah, the idea is that this will blow up the color, and that will make, apparently, I wanted just to adjust the, right, not to blow up everything, but to make the original color Let's make a few more of these. It's not the same, right? But with the, of course, with the brightness, it is very dangerous. Let's see how it renders now. Yeah, that's acceptable. We get a little less struggle, right? So I think this gonna, because this brightness maybe deals not only color, there might be the value, something about, yeah, more, it's not just the color involved. So can't be sure, but the result, what is happening was clear. It was very dangerous. What we can do here is just pick this and still want this to be a bit lighter blue, so maybe we can still The cardinal is strange. It creates some effects which are sometimes some mirrored buttons of like this, right? So okay, so we changed the material, we lost something, but we got rid of one problem, so this is not that bad. I can always retake this material, make a variation of it, so actually we can the geometry also could be made better, certainly. Is this based on object? Yeah, so there's another issue with that. No, this doesn't look like any good. Although this can be fine. Or not even this can be fine. Oh, there's no subdivision here. But then, why? It felt like it was. Maybe it's the shade smooth. This is the grease pencil material. Yeah, it was the shade smooth, which was in this case probably it's a question of subdivision, right? We can use the this with the target this, right? Okay, the rest are correct. The glass is super weird being because of the fact that it's being a maybe I need to fix this quad. No. Okay, that's sort of did something, but there is what there is here. There's just the subdivision. Oh, we need something here, like maybe just separate the maybe this door we just shade flat and that's it. All right. And then we render and let's see. Okay, so something weird about the wood material now. So at least in this rendering it's getting a very poor result. Why would that be? Color ramp to this color ramp is the wave texture gets into this, right? Oh yeah, this color ramp is completely messed up. Wait, what is on roughness? Yeah, this is just to prevent reflection from, so it's not reflecting for the most because it's super white. And okay, let's try again. Maybe it's an improvement now. Yeah, maybe not, but it was normal to be. Let's look at other. Yeah, so it's alien wood. Really here we need to try to recover. This is what I did before, so yeah, this is it's just like this. There's nothing. It looks weird, but it's just we need this to be maybe a little. Okay, that is fine. Now, lights, we have here the camera. Let's see what will happen if we render this. We have okay lights, but now we need to do some trick about redistribute this. Can't be instancing this very well, so we're gonna just duplicate this to the side. We'll try to GX about here, yes. Then we pick this one as a reference. We're gonna mirror along global. No, we're gonna Shift D and apparently it failed. Ah, yeah, I know it failed. We need the 3D cursor. Okay, let's make sure it is reset. Okay, so can we pick these two and let's see if we augment this and we pick this one. Yeah, it is. Let's do a 150 and these two we're gonna place 130 and let's see if we pick now we have some okay brightness. Let's see. Yes, we're getting still some fainting here on many materials. New material, yeah, this one is older, but this could be because of what I'm doing here. We are using this, then here we are using we are using black and white grayscale, so this is why we are getting not very colorful things. So some materials here that we need to readjust. their base color, and here we get let's try this one, and probably shouldn't be naming those things. And if I go back here and let's see, let's take, no, this is not gonna be nice. Yeah, this needs the would need this stuff to work better, sort of. But okay, not employing this, we want this, and then we want the composition here. And this, I feel like this will be very good. Yeah, not very good, but in terms of lighting, this is a nice one. In terms of fainting materials, though, something that could be because of these exposure things. Yeah, too much light now, too much brightness, it's killing the everything. Yeah, so let's try without the suns now. Get the soundtrack back. Sorry for repeating the same, but good soundtrack. What is happening? I took off the sun. How come it's not super dark? Oh yeah, okay, so these apparently these area lights are very strong. But this is not super strong, but there are 3 of them, right? So let's skip them just to make illumination. Then I'm just gonna render one of them, the central one. Okay, apparently we have the similar result. Let's try again. Okay, so maybe these suns, which I've reduced by a lot, they are still very strong. Not using this, and where is this? Hold on. Do I need this? No, this is gonna destroy spot. Now this I'm gonna maintain. Let's try again. Oh, I know what's happening. So this is, I have got in the compositor. No, everything is here. Maybe it's just this switch here. Yeah, let's not super compatible, but shouldn't be doing all this. Okay, so that node was bad. Probably it was too bright, and so it was tinting certain things. Like, yeah, we have this, and no, not this is in, oh yeah, this is super bright, and some value also, but the other also have. Okay, I need to go to the next challenge. Okay, this is getting better, but now what's happening to this is the, of course, the workbench thing that is, we are getting too low. This is the value. Apparently we need to improve the value now. Okay, let's leave this, and let's also try to remix here. Nice. My brick material got very different though, but this is some color compositing. Let's just check here. Oh yeah, it has this ridiculous color, and for here it looks very different than from the door. Okay. To address this is something that I need to be fixing on occasions. In this approach, so I need to go for the material, and since it doesn't have baked texture and it depends on workbench and the dual compositing method, we need to get, I don't know, some color, like could be this one, but we can give a special color, doesn't need to be the same. Then we get here the viewport display, we had this color, but this is, oh, hold on, it's not that. There's a, it was purple. It had no color, that's why it was going crazy. Ah, this one is invisible. No, what is this? No, this is the glass. This is normal. So there are some loose materials, nodes that I thought I have cleaned, but apparently not. So here for this door, I'm gonna pick this other. This wall has some these materials are incorrect. That's why they are getting all sorts of bizarre. This one is correct. Concrete doesn't need metallic. This is not the final result, it's just a small touches of workbench. The wood also seems to be deprecated. Here we go, we need because it's a polished wood in some sense, so I wanted to have a generic reflections, right? Yeah, it's getting better. Let's see. Anything else? Okay, we're gonna check now, finally. Let's do... This is transparent, alright, let's... Now the base color seems to be matching. If we had these ones with a different color, base color, they wouldn't be... this we don't want to bake. No, absolutely not, because they would be... We are using this material everywhere with different UVs. No. This is not... So because it's white here, it might be... compositing. Oh, we can't adjust it from here. I have to get it from... Okay. This. So we're gonna there. We could leave it transparent. No, it's not glass. Alright, so you need to let's pick maybe this one, I don't know. Some intermediate color, then we bring this. Could cause some brutal variations in, but it's an emission, right? So I think it can bypass. So currently it's very stupid. Yeah, it's small tint of blue there. Gonna get it. We are not doing dual compositing here. What is this? Ah, we have a variation. Okay, pipes, this is from here. We can assetize this. Metal, let's see what. Okay, nothing important here. We mark this as asset for whatever reason. We can also I was trying to do here generated metal patch. I'm not sure if this exists somewhere else. Well, it is a variation, so I'm gonna mark as asset. Good, okay. Pipes, yes, very nice, but these pipes, where are them? Yeah, we see their colors, so they have some. Can be this one, yeah. Glass inner space. What are you doing here? Here I have to check. If it is only here, I'll be destroying the link. This can be very dangerous. So yeah, it is here. We want to clear from this an accident. Probably this we've made them here. This I can't be sure right now, but alright. And I guess that's it here. Okay, back to the dirty lounge. So here, what we could still do in direction of the storytelling thing, right? Because the compositing, yeah, the lighting, all this stuff, we sort of pinned most of things here. I'm gonna save a backup. Save copy, yes. Let's see the list. I probably need to make a pause here. Today maybe it's weekend. I'm gonna make an exception. Yeah, I need to rest a little. The streams have been too long. I want to be back, but I need maybe a longer pause. I don't know if I'll be back in the next hours, but anyways, let's just see what we can get here. Modeling, yeah, let's just get the revision. So we need a carpet, would be nice here. This sofa is still low table, would be nice for these things. Yeah, but maybe, yeah, maybe there, not necessarily here. Then we got this, okay. What is bar? We did that. Yeah, those lamps. Desk is for the bed thing. So I think that these lamps are sort of urgent. What is easier to get? Yeah. The lamps are not that easy because I don't know, I haven't got a clear idea of their shapes. Still thinking, probably look at some reference to be the ideal thing to do. Desk, yeah, desk should be, I also need to think about, let's organize this in 3. And then the small assets which yeah, and then there's this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 15, 15 room assets. Tiny stuff that take time. Their materials if they don't reuse. Then some with the plants. This place will be very nice. There's also something to improve, right? So it's structural ceiling is not complete. Okay, maybe we do the ceiling and the lamp ceiling. Okay, and this we then we go do this and alright. Texture shading, isolate. What is the adaptive? Okay, I remember. Okay, material room, give us adequate default. Yeah, I think we got this. Materials dirty. Here need to revise skin. Yeah, we got the skin. Even EV1. Yeah, we are. This is like he's not for here. Actually, I should probably copy this to and here's another big problem, but actually I can use her poses for the webcomic, so maybe I need to give me a deadline, like I don't need to finish all this stuff of rigging to, there's even bug reports to improve my project, but where's the materials? Materials. Okay, I'll just place it here, because it's what I'm doing, right? It's here is a revision. We're gonna integrate this. I can do now. So to skin texture. Yes, we are doing this. Yeah, there's masks for eyelashes, whatever else, makeup, suits and gloves and so forth. I need to think what would be revision. Yeah, revision. Yeah, that's a easy way here. So those metal tones, crystal, let's pick what is, no, this is not, this is not the case. This is, yeah, there is eye sclera too. This is iris pupil, it's integrated. tongue. I don't remember what kind of thing it is, but we have plenty of... Probably got this to the skin, yeah. Should we do this for the teeth as well? Like a single material for all the body? It creates some challenges, because then there's the problem of masks, which is super annoying. Alright, I have to think about that. But at least some part of it's done, and these are some of these are not for now even. Yeah, I might not even... Alright, then now all the rest is rigging, then and the rest is webcomics. Okay, so I need to... Some things are very important though in the rigging, but I'm not gonna do this now, just to explain here. I need to reduce the size of the mouth, because this character design, she doesn't need to have super large mouths. She can do some stuff, but not that much. So this rest position for the mesh is good for the universal mouth setup, but not for this character in particular, for the expression that I usually want her to have. So this makes the rigging some things harder. So I will fix this rest position, and then the eyes. So once I get the facial expressions ready, then for the most part this character will be ready for the adventure, and then we can really start doing the 3D webcomics. This is EV, but yeah, this is not bad. Lighting, don't ask me what I'm using here, I don't even know, it's not important, but there's no compositing in this file. I'm just using her to be linked to somewhere else. The results are grainy, it's not super cool. And also here we could, since this is EV, we can get already this idea here, 0.3, but you see it doesn't help to get brightness. And I have a sun, and this sun has now this strain, and this is barely enough to have the good colors. Not that this is good colors, but the texture colors die off very easily. Alright folks, so that's it for now. Thanks for watching, take care and happy blendering. Have a nice weekend. See you soon. Hope you're enjoying the production.